Morning. It's morning somewhere. How you guys doing? Did anyone make it to the very end of last night's kick stream? Did anyone make it to the final step? There's a skill testing question that only someone who made it to the end of that stream will be able to answer. What was the final match on stream? Who made it all the way? Made it to the league, Etienne? That's a pretty good shift. That's a pretty good shift. Hello to Czech Manarov. Good morning, Czech. Ori and Beacon. Yes, a few soldiers made it all the way. A few soldiers. That's right, Freddy Patzer. Welcome. Hello, Tiger1. Good afternoon, bud. Tiger posted a very serious clip in the Discord. Oof. Myron, buddy. Looking thick, solid, and tight. Yeah, you're absolutely right, 3 degrees. That's what it's all about. People who are banned on Kick can find us here. People who are banned on Twitch can find us there. Hello to Salty Clown. Lolly. I am doing well, Lolly. I got my coffee here. So, you know, still the morning when you're holding the coffee. That's the way it works. Just going to ease into things here. God bless Chess TV. We have our good friends here at Chess TV with us. We have Czech Manarov here. Hello, Mansers. Good to see you, Dustin. Tombulus, just catching up on the earlier chat. The answer is yes. Exclamation mark kick. You can find our kick stream there. It's very easy and very obvious. Kick.com/chessbro. Yeah, R.I.P. Pen. Best emote ever. Flowey gang. Orwell86, thanks for the 26 months. Sean Cohoy, 31 months. You're having trouble getting subbed there, Sean? Might be a temporary thing, or if you've been trying to do it on mobile, definitely some issues there. So I recommend doing it on PC first of all, and hopefully we can figure that out for you. But we'll be streaming there this afternoon, so maybe we can get it sorted together. Hey, Foogs. 23 months from Swans Loons with Prime. Ali is human. This is all the subscribers get a private DM with the music that we are playing. So that's probably why you don't know the music that's playing right now. Sam Chess, is that your neck of the woods, buddy? Is that out by you? We have a few maritime bras. Which part are you in? I've lived all over. Hello to Lethbridge Chess. Jeff and Czech Manarov have a fun little bet. I don't know if you guys ever make bets with your friends to help motivate you, but You know, like a little fitness bets, like, oh, we both have to lose 5 pounds by this date or by the end of the month or this summer, or we have to pay, the other one some money just as a motivator. And I thought it was very motivating. Jeff Lethbridge Chess has to lose some weight, so he's on the hook for 6-7 pounds, a very optimistic weight goal. And Czech Manarov has to gain 5 or 6 pounds, so it's a very competitive bet right now. And I think Czech Manarov is gaining. I think he's on pace to gain the weight. I think he's on pace to gain it. Just keeping each other honest. Love to see that. Love to see that in friends. Gaining is much easier. Well, here's the thing. I think they were supposed to both lose the weight. But then Czech Manarov just started going in the other direction. Tiger, what did you you both got within 5 and both of you never got there. But if you both got within 5, I don't know where you started, how far away. It sounds like it was a successful little bet, right? Because if you both got within 5, then you both made some progress. We're talking pounds, Alchemin 30. Talking pounds here. Dude950, thanks for the 34 months. If you guys want to send some challenges in, I already have a few, but exclamation mark challenge. We're just chatting, warming up. I got a coffee here, catching up with the chat. I'm gonna play some games and continue some of my series, but I thought I'd play some warm-up games first. That's right, Alchemin. We got some real skinnies here. I think anything under 5 is okay, Bamdeezy. Howdy, Zentro. Holy smokes, Tiger. Well, that was definitely worth it. Congrats. I don't know how long ago that was, but that's good. Good progress. All right, we'll go with our latest sub, the dude. £110. Is that like an anorexic dwarf? Says Super Patzer 2. No, it is not. And don't you ever speak about Omid like that again. Disrespectful. $287. You got the pesos bucks on lock. Yeah, reminder about the primes, So e6, we're going to play professional move here. You guys ready for this? Professional move incoming. Bishop e2. Very professional. Looking to take this bishop with knight h4 and not deal with bishop g4. Whoa. Massive move here. Hello, the truth. What's up, Spencer Thompson? Okay. Well, I question this. Like, obviously, this is a great move, but look, I'm not going to lie. You got me tempted. I'm hitting you in the face with bishop a3, bud. Where are you castling now? I would love to have a4 played first, but it was so important that I brought a bishop here. So I decided to rush it. Alright, so he wants to castle. Understandable. Nothing I could have done to prevent that, so... It is what it is. Start by taking this. I'm gonna open up this bishop just a tad. Gotta be with the pawn, I think. Now, I was thinking we take, if castles, there is c6, so he still can't castle, has to reply by taking. And how long can we sort of delay his castling? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I also have this square for my knight available. I know it's a kind of yucky looking move, but I want to open the position as much as possible for these bishops in the hopes that I can create something. So this one. Also, of course, we can take and just grab that. That's available. Here, if the knight goes back, that's just pure pain. So the only move is probably that. And then if knight here, let's say the bishop goes back. You can take. Like, I think this is a little bit more annoying for somebody that wants to castle ASAP. Takes and queen b7, it's like fantastic. Great, you know? Congratulations, dude. What did you really accomplish there? I won a pawn. But I want to do a lot worse than that to the dude. Hello to Jeff Bridge Chess.
Check Mineroff still there?
Yeah, he's probably heading to the gym right now.
I feel very skinny these days.
Actually, he's looking to hit your weight goal.
Yeah. Low to true.
You take this and this. I think we can. Meted him before the end of the game, just barely. Thanks for the game, the dude. Nice fight. Mr. Dillness, you're most welcome. This is the difference. No other difference. This is the difference between me and the, you know, those Instagram models. People will slide in the DMs, be like, you probably get this a lot, but you're gorgeous. You're just beautiful. Would it be okay if I sent you a picture? Would it be okay if I flew you out? Doesn't happen to me. I get messages like, Yo, Amon, I'm sure you get this a lot, but thank you for the Habit series. Some of the best chess learning content out there. Truly grateful. And you know what? Wouldn't change it for the world. Those are the messages I like to get. You did well, dude 950. Can you fly me out somewhere too? Oh, wait a minute. You mean those comments lead to the oh no. Guys are all sick. I knew it. Ferret Chris, thanks for the 32-month resub. Cheers, Chris. Hello, Sleazy. All right, Ben, let's see what you got. Yo, man, sure you get this a lot, but thanks for the Habit series. Can I fly you out to Bang? I can't say I've heard that one before. Points for being original. Yes, E5 bait, bra. Ah, believe me, I'm tempted. Unfortunately, I lost a piece. If I would get 2 pieces, I would be pretty happy because I would also pick up the 3rd here. But the fact is I lost the piece on the way, so the resulting position won't actually be that good. Ooh, knight c5. I feel like you're getting frisky here for no reason. What's this move all about? Whoa. Okay. We go here. I mean, this guy's kind of running out of squares. That's exactly right, Skeg. I think we've determined that this is the part of the song where someone is aggressively trying to regurgitate a goldfish. We've decided that as a team. Knight here. Kind of a move. I think we might play the safer move, though. I want to close this diagonal. Not really too worked up about this pawn. Bishop e3 or bishop g5 after this. Both look like good ideas. He can't castle, so of course very tempting is this move. But now I hit this, and it's like, okay, what do you do with that? Right? It's the only thing defending this. Well, now you want to play your queen there. Oh, actually, I'm not going to let you do that either. I'm going to go here, and then take that. It's a little bit nastier than taking it right away. X Magna X. Thank you for the quick Cinco. Cheers, Magna. Jack. Jack. You can actually castle there, by the way, just so you guys know. Let's follow some good habits. Here we go. There we go. Why did I point that out? I had a feeling. I had a feeling we'd get old Bam Deezy with the reach around. Rez Balib, thanks for the 25 months. Hello. Good to see you back, Rez Balib. GG Bam Deezy. You had to get castled there, Bam Deezy. I don't know what came over you. Started getting all high energy. Right? You've done your job here. Castle. What the heck is all this nonsense? Can't be going for attacks, middle game stuff, moving pieces twice. Get castle is the most important thing. You didn't castle here, and all of a sudden, your game became much, much worse. Now it's just a tragedy. We were just testing to make sure the old kick notification worked there, 3 degrees, obviously. Lost their 369. Thanks for the brand new Prime. 369, brand new Prime. Low dead man, don't wear plaid. That's a big reappearance. Was Dead Man Don't Wear Plaid a 2-week? I think it was a 2-week ban from our sub battle. 5 minutes or less, J Lids is always good for these types of challenges. Hey, no one else did, Tone. I appreciate it. All right, we're playing the French, so obviously something's wrong with us. It's just a phase. It'll pass. The Tarash, which is a nice opening. I'll take. And a couple options here. Upsonics. Thanks for the resub, 26 months. Let's go here. Decent game, decent game. Remember the stuff that we looked at in the Taimanov position? This is pretty much the exact same. We took with this pawn, we played d5, go for this setup. Nearly identical. So for anyone kind of following that series a bit, this is exactly what you would be doing. Skeg, are you confirmed? Let's go bring our queen out. Skeg looking for Berlin bras. Let's go e5. I think it might be time. e5 takes here, and we can just play that. Should Okay. That's right, AW, but the point is I'm using it with the black pieces, so there's no chance for him. Not only am I high rated, but I'm playing the 10 mana. It's over, GG. Pieces are being hit by pawns, and that's why I don't usually like to see lower rated players play positions where they don't have control of the center at all. Right? In this position, it's all black. So it's a tough spot to be in. Okay, knight d4. I'm thinking knight g4 here. Because, oh baby, that's a threat. And I would love to trade more pieces. Booked. Very exciting, Skek. Is anyone else visiting us in Europe? Exclamation mark Europe. In case you didn't know. The chess bras may be coming to your town. Who's there? We're starting in Paris with an IRL sub battle against Blitzstream. See you in Berlin, Stan? Bad timing for you, Big Quadro. Where would you have visited, Big Quadro? Let's just take the material. Defend. We want to bring this bishop out somewhere, and then just h6. You know, simple habits. Hamsterham, we'll catch you in London. Awesome. Let's get the bishop out as well. A good game, Zena Ross. 12 seconds ticking down. Down a rook. Fair resignation. Well, Spenny, I think you know damn well we couldn't tell you about it even if we wanted to. That's an experience for those who are there in person only. Tim, you know how sometimes, Tim, in the Habits series, I tell you, follow these rules even if you might be missing a tactic, because these rules are just, it's fundamentally better to do it this way. Same thing for you, Tim. You checked everywhere before you checked Twitch to see if the bras were live. You checked everywhere else first. Now, you may have missed the obvious fact that we were live on Twitch, but that doesn't mean you should change your fundamentals, Tim. Always check kick first. Good fundamentals, good habits from Tim. Don't ever change. Hang in there, pawns. 15 months with Prime. Thanks for the resub. St. Judas 02, have you found us on Kick? Just making sure. Because as you may know, we have signed a deal with Kick, so we are streaming there. But just in case you didn't know that, like for example, later this afternoon, I'll be switching over to Kick and streaming from there. And for example, we were live on Kick yesterday for many, many hours. Exactly. We can't reveal everything that happens over on Kick here in the Twitch sphere, Spudge. You just, if you know kind of thing. I caught some names for who's visiting. Darkbone. Darkbone. Are we going to see Mr. Darkbone in Europe? That's a great question. Hello, shirts? That's another important question. Are we seeing shirts? You're doing Barcelona, Paris, London, late July. Don't call me lad. You're doing a European tour yourself. Don't call me lad. And it's in the reverse order of our tour. God damn, that's unlucky. Suppose we'll take. Right here, we'll just get out of the center. Hello, Gory. How you feeling, bud?
I'm awake.
I was inquiring with the people who made it for the late night Gory shift. Those are the only real ones. Donorom 99. Do I have a favorite chess variant? Don't love too many of them, to be honest with you. Bughouse in person, though, is quite fun. Probably bring this rook in. I mean, that just looks like the place to be, you know? So how do we make that actually work? Hmm. Hmm. We'll start modest. Here we'll, get out of that pin there and also start to establish over here. Now the question is, can I throw that move in? Definitely a weird one. Let's say no for now, but I think this one almost was okay there. This is the move that I'm kind of keen for, because I think just opening the position in general is what we want here. Let's go for this. Also have our bishop's quite strong. We just need to open it up, right? So hit that queen. Not too many squares it can run to. Could take here, but the king runs. I'm preferring to take with the knight here. And maybe slide there where we can put some additional pressure on that pawn. Yeah, the nice thing is if you take, then that really opens things up for the B file, which, I don't know, looks scary to me. Not going for B2 anymore, going for that queen. Oh, it's a check as well. Oof. Now we're bringing more pieces in. Knight here, queen check, and it's actually just a mate. Even though this covers queen c3. Wouldn't be able to stop everything. GG Spenny. Well played, bud. Things got a little out of hand after c5. But you know, it's a tough thing dealing with a move like b5. I tell you, in this position, strangely enough, it's wild to me, but, you know, it doesn't feel, maybe you guys can co-sign this, it doesn't feel like white has made too many mistakes here. If you think about how this game went, it's like, okay, maybe allowing rook d4 is not great, right? A little bit of a tempo there. But really, two bishops. Knight got into a weak square here, right? And, you know, my queen had to do a little bit of gymnastics, get out of the way, and then white finishes development. And it's like, this should be a great position. And then you sit here and look at it, and black's -3. And it's like, what? What did I do wrong? And so I mean, I think it's queenside castling. I mean, this is just kind of asking for it because this bishop is unopposed, so strong, strongest piece on the board for sure. Yeah, I promise you, black is -3 here. Crazy. Black is -3. The -3 move is knight d4. The move I played is -2.5. I prefer my move a little bit to knight d4 unless this is very forcing. Yeah, I actually prefer my move just because it's tougher to deal with and open lines are going to guarantee results. Takes, you know, knight d4 pops in and it's really nasty. c5 and now it's gruesome. Yeah. Weird game. Weird game. But probably it was long castle. Even though long castle's normal in this opening, Spenny, you can't be allowing pawn takes here. There's just no chance in hell. Black plays this, you must play d5. Period. d5 and then castle, and suddenly I don't have any of the stuff that I had in the game. Much stronger. GM tax, yeah. Congratulations, you got an equal position. But we forgot you're playing a GM, and as such, your position will be taxed at the Twitch rate of 50%. So, yeah, it's -3 now, bud. Sorry. Apologies there. 32 months from Meta Nick. Thanks for the tier 3, Nick. Welcome back. We got you in the next NFL pool, Nick. Looking forward. Sorry about the last one, bud. And Mage Gino, thanks for the 16 months with Prime. Xenoros with the $10 dono. GG, buddy. GG earlier. Yeah, Gory would have said hi, but we're on Twitch. You know, he's a... He doesn't play this low ball trash. He doesn't play that. Gory's a kick guy. Yo mama 999, thanks for the Prime for 2 months. Rez Believe, spitting nothing but facts there, my friend. Nothing but facts. Fish, good luck. Let's go for this. I think e5 is normal. St. Judas 02, 4 months, and yes, the Bezos box. Thanks for the prime, man. I appreciate that a lot. Same with Royal Fork 66, 27 months with prime. And guess what? Chess Tim. How long has he been subbed? Chess Timf. 92 months. Thank you so much, Tim. Let's bring that knight out there. Good game so far by Fish. I like the gameplay. Just get off the last rank, connect everything back here. F4 tempting, you know, it's the type of move that I don't really want to let F5 happen, so I'm gonna take just to open things up. But you know, it's never too clear to me in these positions who's actually happy. So I might slot my knight over here. You know, just tickle on some dark squares, opens up the bishop. Time to bring this knight in, perhaps. And even though he would get a huge center, losing that dark square bishop is quite a big deal in this opening. So it's the case where, yes, you've got this amazing center, but black's got all the counterattack. So very double-edged, these kind of positions. And then 2197. Let's be real. If it's an MMA match, Zuckerberg has got it. Not even close. Not even close. That's MMA, though. Okay, bishop d4. So he doesn't mind giving up the bishop, but he wants it to be for my bishop, which makes complete sense. Very good idea. So how do we want to react here? Bring the queen out. Makes a lot of sense to bring the knight in. I don't think that's a good move at all. So it's like, yeah, you can take here, but now we're starting to get ideas, like maybe bringing this knight in, queen out, queen check. I think we're always okay going there, at least for now. This knight is also tucked in there pretty nicely. Yo, what's up, fetus? You were up pretty late with us last night. And you're back already. F5. Okay, so now we have some nice dark squares for our pieces. There ain't much else that's good here, so that's why I'm talking about those amazing looking dark squares. Woo! Look at them go. I think it's time to speak to those dark squares in depth. Obviously knight f3, but our queen has some squares there, won't get trapped. Queen g3, knight e2, and you start counting all the squares and you're like, wait a minute, oops. Kind of running out of them, aren't I? Let's take this way. We have some nice squares for the knight to pop into. Now an h-file open on that pawn. Of course, got to take this way. Here? Not so sure about this, actually. Oh, I was gonna say we take a step back. This should be all right though. Bring that in. We've done what we need to do. GG fish. GG. Marco live. RPV. Hey, Marco. So this is what I was saying. Like, MMA? Isn't it clear that Zuckerberg is going to wipe the floor with Elon Musk? Let's speak about it like it's actually going to happen. Isn't that obvious? Like, that can't happen. No way. But if it's boxing, don't underestimate Elon Musk. Remember, these guys are like billionaires, man. They have nothing to do but train for this. These guys could emerge like shredded chads in like 2 weeks if they want to. You know Ozempic? That thing that makes you lose weight? You know all those steroids? Yeah, these guys like own those drugs. There's no way you give Elon Musk motivation and 2 weeks that he doesn't emerge like a chiseled chad. Like if he wants to, for sure he could. Do not underestimate men with money. Like, it's just people can transform, man. Musk is 51. No worries, man. No worries. The most effective drug is money. And he could take that drug for a while. That's a great point, Mattis. That is a great parallel to draw. But in boxing, Musk is a big guy. Now, this is me just trying to generate a discourse. I definitely would say that Zuckerberg is the favorite. Yes. But I think he could be underestimated. Maybe Elon Musk is the Amanda Hamilton of this boxing proposal. Underestimated, you know? You can see all the stuff out there on Zuckerberg. All his like training, jujitsu, you know, he's getting in shape. And he's a fit guy. But dark horse Elon Musk. Do not underestimate. Would I accept Zuckerberg's challenge to a boxing match? What? What type of guy do you think I would be to say no to that? Like, what? Oh, sorry, Zuck. A little busy, you know? We got this thing. It's called Call of Dragons. Sorry, anyway, just things are busy these days. Don't think I have it in me. So I think I will win. I'm comfortable saying that win or lose, it would be a smart decision. Very intelligent decision. Winner gets the loser's company. That's a frightening prospect for him. Yeah, there's always this. So we have to be a little careful. Let's move out of the way. Something like this. I mean, it's easy to play a move like that. I'm already looking at breaks like this. Now this move's not possible. Something feels off about that. It's already this comes to mind. And this move deals with both of them, but then obviously my pieces have become much better placed for this move. And I think it may be time. Bishop e6. Grab this guy. All right, this is an if we die, we die moment. Do we take it? What's the advice from the chat? Just take it, don't calculate, just go. This is gonna be on you if this doesn't work. You can live with the mistake. 94. Well, where's his queen going? It has to guard the knight. Or so I thought. Or so I thought. Mark Oliver. Oh, it's Mark Oliver. I think I called him Mark Oliver RPV. RPV. Some good stuff from me. RPV, bro. Thanks again, Mark. Just needed a fresh read on that one. Let's guard this knight so that rook c8 is not as dangerous. I'm convinced here that like a queen trade is this good. It's this good that I can just kind of force it. It's like, you have to trade. Come here, boy. This one, I would say it's not that good. Not quite there yet. Trade, brah. Okay, well now we've got the extra piece, so we're just living. We're just living life. Here. Everything I've done has been to trade pieces. I'd like to say that we're doing well here. Rook behind the pawn. And push him, baby. That guy just shoots up the board as fast as possible. Just instead of trying to win this game in a different way, you know, bring the king up, push the pawns, you know, maybe bring the rook in. It's so much easier to just put the rook behind a pawn and just shove it up the board as far as possible. Because even if he stops it, or even if he goes like this and brings his king over and trades for it, if we trade, the endgame is very easily winning. I have a knight for a pawn. Yes, Darkbone. Knight a5 was winning after queen takes b7. Very winning, in fact. But the chat said queen takes b7, and we trusted the chat. Knight a5, queen b5, bishop d7 is mildly concerning. Hello, J-Bell. But we sat there, we asked the chat said take it. And it's a good thing old Darkbone wasn't up to task here, because I tell you, our queen's in trouble. Not easy to play, but very thematic. Definitely thematic. Taking away some key squares for the retreat. Key squares for the retreat. Is Spenny being polite? Spenny says, well played, Mr. Bone. Darkbone hung a piece. And just, you know, I lost the game. Is this a passive aggressive from Spenny? Is some beef developing in the chat? Big insult to Darkbone, no? Hey, man, hung a full piece right in the middle game. Congrats, super well played, man. rough for Darkbone. I think the guy's given me some better games than that, but would have been fun if he saw Knight a5, because then I could blame the chat. Unfortunately, I didn't get that privilege. Dr. Dav, thanks for the 21 months with Prime. Cheers, Dav. Taylor R, 33 months as well. Thank you for the resub, Taylor. Do people really come to Twitch to calculate? That's a great question. You just tune in and tune out your brain. I feel like a lot of people actually do that. Matriarchal. You are definitely not alone there. I can guarantee it. We're getting warm here. Couple more games. Turtle Chess. Almost a year. Thanks for 11 months. Thank you, Turtle Chess. Bishop f4. Interesting. Queen c2. Queen c2. Why am I getting instantaneous move vibes here? We need a bad move. It's important to come up with like a bad move right here. Definitely not the best, a little bit suspicious, just a questionable looking move. We need a bad one to throw Spudge off the scent. E5. Thank you, Tiger. I was struggling to find one, but it just dawned on me I could use any suggestion from the chat. So there we go. E5. Thank you. This should do it. Like, it's questionable, it's, you know, but It's enough to just kind of mess it up. Make the position questionable. And questionable is exactly what we're looking for. E5 was the perfect middle ground. It was a bad move, but it was not, like, atrocious. Hey, Shinny Magikarp. Well, we moved to kick about I don't know, definitely 2 weeks ago or something. So, you can imagine I've probably talked about it over the last 2 weeks. Wow, Tiger, thanks for the move, buddy. E5 worked completely. I could tell that my opponent's Spudge here was clearly in some theory. You know, he was playing quickly, had a good looking position, and so I said, hang on a sec, let's take a step back. If I keep playing good moves, those are going to be the moves he studied. There's no way he studied a move that the chat would think of. So I phoned a friend, I asked the chat, we need a subpar move to throw him off the scent here. And luckily the chat was able to deliver. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, this, that, and make sure we don't get mate ourselves. Where's the mate? Can you imagine getting mated on h7 because the king walked up? That's a bad look, you know? That's a bad look. I think this might be the one. I think this one's it. Finesse bra. G4 was mate. I thought there was king h5. I thought there was king h5 here. That's why I didn't play this. It's like, it shouldn't usually be that difficult to mate a king on h4. And you know what? If g4, something goes wrong there, boy, I was getting a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if something malfunctions, I'm hallucinating. This knight's over here. No, this would just be the worst way to go out. Worst way to go out. But really, I mean, couldn't have done it without the chat. This move was so spot on. Look at this. So we're clearly in some sort of theory. We have to confirm with Spudge, but I know when a high energy guy from the chat is playing theory. I mean, the guy's at like nearly 3 minutes. He's comfortable. He's a theory guy. So we needed a trash move from the chat to throw him off here. Not a good move, just like a, what the hell is that? E5, boom, hit him with it. Knight takes e5, d4. All of a sudden, Spudge is confused. He has no idea what's going on. He's much better. He's even better than his theory. But it's not about being better, it's about being familiar. And he had no clue what was going on. We were in Tiger's jungle right now. Knight c6, boom, great move. And in this position, long castle was needed, but ultimately that was the gamble that we made when we trusted the chat. That he wouldn't play it. Boom, queen e7, and black is preferred. And obviously, we're in dire straits here. Long castle is crazy? Really, Spudge? What do you mean long castle is crazy? So wait a minute. After d4 here, Spudge, because we're in theory here, right? Up to queen c2. After d4, sorry, but what are you playing as white here? Because if you're not playing long castle, then it's really weird that you know the theory up till here, but you don't know that long castle's the move. Because you're supposed to long castle here. I don't think long castle's a crazy move. I think it's probably the main idea of this opening. When black plays d4, white long castles. That's like the principal idea of the opening. So I don't think it's a weird move at all. It's a good move, very impressive move. But the way that you knew all these moves up till here, for you not to know long castle is really weird. But it's definitely the move here. If I had played d4. You could play other moves, but I think long castle is good. You know, you could take a long castle. You could long castle. So I think here, not that crazy at least. Well, I mean, here in long castle, of course. Not that crazy to go for something like this. So whether or not it's the move there, somewhere else, point is, most of the time, long castle will be a little bit nicer than rook d1 because the whole point of this opening is you're delaying kingside castling, right? So it's kind of tough for white to play this way, but then also expect to be able to do that because black has some moves that happen pretty quickly. So you kind of need to get your king out of the center, and this is the most effective way to do it. So unfortunate, because the move you actually needed here was a move that I think belongs in this opening. Long castle. That's why I was a little scared, not gonna lie. Bishop takes a3. Looks like it does something after long castle. Eh? Queen a5 first? Yeah, but I need to know what you guys are thinking with this stuff. Like, you want queen a5 and you want bishop a3. It's like, okay, but what? I need to know what's happening next. Even king here, I'm starting to get a little concerned for you guys because you can't even play that, you know? Very good game, very good theory, Mr. Spudge. Long castle is a move to note down. Kind of important in a lot of lines to make the whole variation playable. But definitely e5 by me was a, shall we say, a punt. All right, let's play just a few more. Sleazy, good luck. Play it again. Professor EXP, thanks for the 27 months. Dosai, 21 months. Turtle Chess again with 11. Tristan with 7 sevens? Gotta be. Thanks, Tristan. Appreciate the year. Let's go E6. Let's go C5. And Stakinator AC. 3 years on the dot. Thank you, Stakinator. Bishop back to B3. Sneaky, bro. If we take, it helps the bishop develop, so I'm trying to hold off just for the moment. This move is possible. Probably mass exchanges there. A3. Maybe not the greatest move, but I get it. I think he's kind of intending that. I'm going to go ahead and say that's okay with me. You know, go for it. Rookie 1. Again, it looks like he's kind of waiting for this to happen. Understandable. Let's wait it out. Let's wait it out together, baby. See Darkbone. I think we want to give up the bishop. Let's go here for now. This. This guy's been he's been in there for a while, but he's gonna come alive here. Do not underestimate him. Thanks, Dozert, for 16 months. Appreciate it, man. Takes can happen. We definitely didn't want to take there because then we had to deal with some. Let's go like that. Some pressure, unwanted pressure. So we have an extra pawn. Not clear yet, though. Mm-hmm. Oh. Sleazy. not the bullet habits getting you. Nice game, buddy. Turned into a little bit of madness here. I was a little bit optimistic after bishop g5, but I do think, and I do know that white is probably doing well here after my rook d8 move. Maybe knight? Maybe knight? Bishop g5 is a little unlucky because you want the knight here to make this threat. But bishop g5, I don't have to take you, so I can just ignore. And if you even continue with your idea, it's even worse for you. So this was a fortunate moment for me. But if you had started with the knight, then I kind of, if I take, this is a little uncomfortable. I don't know. I thought this was still really, really tricky. So it was a good fight. After this, I think black is just much better. Obviously with this extra pawn, but it was late enough into the game. We were both super low that it just became a bit of nonsense. But I really barely got it done there. It looked like it honestly looked like a suspicious opening, I'm not gonna lie. Just like basically waiting for me to take d4. I felt like it was more beneficial for me than for you, Sleazy. I don't know how you felt, but I felt that the moves I was making were slightly higher quality than the moves you were making. And the move that I should have gone for, and I really don't have to be afraid of this pawn structure here because I have c4. I should have gone for this. This would have been a little bit nice, but obviously white's doing fine here. I probably should have gone for this, but I think black's a little bit better. Because there's not really any reason that I ever need to take. It's kind of uncomfortable. Sleazy did the best of any of us. Yes, it's me versus the chat. It's true. It's true. All right. I'm going to take the last challenge. Good game, Sleazy. Thanks for playing. All right. Lost moves. Good luck. E5. Right? We have the Roy Lopez. Not really threatening that just yet. Yeah, these are all 1900s, 2100s. All good players. H3. Here. He's got a decision to make. Okay, just develop. Sir Velsh, thanks for the 8 months with Prime. Cheers, Velsh. Let's go here. Not only trying to encourage this, but maybe also to push some pawns here. This will be an interesting pawn structure. Not actually sure if it's a good one. Let's retreat this knight. To defend, still maybe intending that. I don't know about this pawn structure. I feel like it's wrong for black, but let's go here. Soaring Llama, thanks for the 14 months with Prime. Okay, that move I don't like. That move I definitely feel like is wrong. So Queen E3 is just a nice... I mean, that rook has to more or less retreat immediately, I would say. Really doesn't belong there. Trying to get some squares for our pieces here. Definitely needs that move. Let's play against that knight a little bit. Obviously, it sucks to give up some light squares here, but gotta give a little to get a little. B6 at the moment, I can always hit that here. We have knight B3, but also C3. It's nice actually after that we have this move. Rook actually doesn't have any squares because this knight's defending. F4. A little bit aggressive here. Grab this. Bishop will escape, so to speak. Offer trade. Don't expect it to get accepted. Now we get a queen trade. Okay. Floss Moose is like, man, if the queens get traded, this is like I play salty or something. He said, queen trade? Hell no. We can't be having those. Lost Moose saw the end. He's like, oh man, if these queens get traded, I'm cooked. GG. Well played, well played. Yeah, no, the song command won't work, Fetus, when we're playing from sets. So this is the set here. It's a high-low set from Tomorrowland. I actually prefer the previous set, which was newer. I think released a week ago. From Anfisa. Good game, Lost Moose. We played a lot of 2000s today. So we're going to wrap up with the one and only Tim Cannon. And then play some slow chess. Anything but the queen. Good luck, Tim. The final boss. Do not underestimate the power of the Evans. Castle. Ooh. Okay, he's collecting there. Looking to get involved. I mean, yeah, you can take, but that's a lot of bishop power. G7 is hanging, of course, and knight's developing, always running into stuff like that is a little concerning. So he goes f6, but now there's no castling happening, which is mildly concerning. How do we want to play this? Definitely don't want to trade queens. That much is for sure. But how to avoid it in a nice way? So I think I will take, and surprisingly, I'm going to display some interest in this move, queen d2. So after takes, not only do I have bishop b2, and it would be 2 rooks for a queen, which I still think is good because that king is in trouble. But also after this, there might be something to be said for queen d5, so I would double check that as well. But I think the move I want to do is that. Okay, so it doesn't go for the rook. So that means I think we want to play this move. Nice and simple, attack the queen. Okay. We need to open things up, obviously, so e5 is coming to mind, as it should. But just because it's the move we want to do doesn't mean it's the move. You have to think about what he's doing next. He's going to do that. e5 right now, let's say pawn takes. What are we, or actually let's say pawn takes here, just to maybe have an actual threat. Just have to make sure we calculate it well. So I think we want e5. No matter what he takes with, we take again. Then he takes with the other pawn, whichever one it is. And then we just move this queen somewhere, like queen c3. Simple move. And I'm kind of just trying to play rook e5, and I'm wondering if, is that alone enough? Is that enough? Because I'm not sure. He has e4 there. Queen d5 looks tempting, but then knight f6. This will be a fun game. I think I really want to do it. It's too hard not to. I don't think I have it in me. All right. Well, is this good? I think we know the answer is no, but I'm hoping it'll be an attack. Because he still has this issue with the king. When you have queen for 2 rooks, the way that the queen can still somehow be playable is if the king just doesn't have a safe place to go. So he definitely wants to castle here. I think we should, to the best of our ability, prevent that. So we'll check in, keep the king out in the open. We'll see if we can use the queen here, because there's a lot of hanging stuff. This is one of those really remarkable positions where I'm genuinely curious what the evaluation is. I feel like white should be a bit better here, but like such precision is needed. I want this pawn. I think we should be able to take it, because we'll always have some check or something. More pawns. It's good that he connected the rooks. Really good job. Always want to connect the rooks, I think. Rook's not connected. Big problem. Big problem. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's get this one in. Check. Look how easy it is to play the rooks. This is exactly why the rooks are so good connected. So important. Nice game, Big Tim. That was a fun one. Really well played, Tim. Loved that game. Queen versus 2 rooks. Time, obviously, was our worst enemy there, but I think this position is very close to even. So it's pretty much exactly what I was saying. Slightly better for white, but black needs to connect the rooks, and he absolutely did. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. This is what was going on in my brain when I had 1 second. Corey's hyper bullet. Look at this. Yeah, look at this. Darkness. Nothing but darkness. There we go. Oh, whoops, I was going backwards. So, obviously, there's no way black's position can be good as we're on move 14 and there's only one piece developed, the queen. However, this is not the type of position where you can force it the way that I was doing it. But I wanted to. I was gung-ho. Takes, rook e1, bishop e6 I liked. Might not be the best move, but I liked it. I thought it was good. And we get this position. After knight f6, takes, and we decided to give a check, right? We win a bunch of pawns, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Right here, I was saying, it feels like because the king's out and about, it's slightly better for white. But is it winning? Definitely not. Because the worst case for black is, let's say you lose all three of these pawns. I'm not sure if it's winning. Truly. And Tim did the right thing, which is connect the rooks. There. Once you do that, that's super important. You need to connect those things. The two rooks not connected, you're going to lose your rook to a fork or something long range. You never want that. If the rooks defend each other, it's kind of like nothing can go wrong from there type of thing. And the rest of the game is just white timing out after some good play by Tim. And even king f8, while it's not a great move, look, I got 1 second, so I got to try to go for some mate. King f8's actually, I would give it chess bra brilliancy. Because queen f6 is the next move, and rook f7 is a nice reply. So this was just a remarkably good game. After being dealt this position, I think Tim made a mistake, right? Queen versus two rooks. I'd say the two rooks were executed pretty dang well. King to safety. White obviously has to prove something. And then even though you lose your pawns, the rooks guard each other. And your king is so safe here. So it's like exactly how you'd want to play with two rooks. That being said, not sure we're going to talk about the opening. It's a little rough here, but hey. I think that's exactly the type of position where a stronger player can get carried away, trying to hunt for the wins, and they might not be there. And we went for it with e5, which was a little bit ill-advised. Tim was there to punish. So it's time for some slow chess. Perfect time. We've met our match, which is why that was going to be our last challenge regardless. Let's switch over accounts here. Yeah, it's time to play some slow chess. We've been, it's kind of like when Czech Manarov played and he lost, so we ended our Twitch stream, went to kick. It's like, we played Blitz against the chat. Oh, as soon as we got taken out, no, it's time to actually switch the entire game plan for the day. All of a sudden, no, challenges against chat are canceled. They're on a hold. Slow things down a bit. Let's play someone half of Tim's rating. Can't handle him up there. And Tim's at 1300 now. He's not messing around with that 1200 stuff. What did I say? Strongest rating range on chess.com. I've said it forever. It's 1300 for a reason. We're going to play some slow chess here. Let me change the title a little bit. Let people know. That's what I'm saying, Jovius. And obviously, it applies to your opponents only. So if you're playing a 1300, the 1300s are the strongest rating range on chess.com. But if you are a 1300, then you're weak. Like you yourself are weak until you play someone else, and then you're strong. You're plateauing at 1100. Oh, you might just be hard stuck, man. It might be over for you. You might be far gone. I say that, you know, with genuine concern. You know, the 1300s might gatekeep you from ever having a higher rating. Guys like Tim are going to be waiting at the gates with the baseball bat. Sorry, bud. This is not your stop. This is not your stop. Well, Tim, how do you expect the chess bras to collect under the table payments for results if the top donor was just going to show up when a donation came in? Huh? You ever stop and think about that, huh? We can't be publicizing our bribes around here. Jeez. In completely unrelated news, thank you, Tim Cannon25, for the $100. Can't have that pop up on screen. People are going to start getting ideas. And of course, if that popped up on screen, Tim, then people would start to discredit your good result. So, in order for us to maintain the integrity of Tim's result, I don't see a donation. Do you? Huh? No? Beats me. Beats me. We don't want to muddy the waters of Tim's dub. People are going to start getting ideas. Oh, it was the bribe. It was the under the table favors. Nope. That was settled on the chessboard, my good friends. That was settled on the chessboard. Sunseeker, thanks for half a year with Prime. Pieces and Pawns, a couple months. Welcome back, Justin Tin as well, 27 months. And thank you to Kim Tannen for $100, whoever that is. Eats GM and runs away without paying. Yeah, I mean, did you guys think this was free? You guys step up to the plate, play me in some games. If you ever win, there will be a little pink slip arriving at your door. And obviously, of course, you'll be charged. You'll be charged for that result. So, Tim, someone will be there to see you shortly. Time for slow chess. That's the time it is. No wonder chicken pants. Yeah, you've never got one, huh? Muath 2000. Am I Muslim? No. Unfortunately, at 175 pounds, I do not qualify. Salty, on the other hand, he's the most slim Muslim. But at 175, unfortunately, I'm no longer eligible. All right, let's learn a thing or two. Let's learn a thing or two. So, first of all, let's take these challenges off. All right. Slowbra. We need some opening suggestions. Donor link on Kick doesn't work for you. Tristan, just so you know, the donation link should be identical. So, in terms of donos, whether it's on Kick or here, it's identical. But obviously, gifted subs and stuff of that nature are much better received on Kick. If you can. We just see a considerable amount more of that, of those dollary dues. All right, let me know what you'd like to see. We're going to get into a game here. 15 minutes, we're at 800, pushing 900. Let's see what we can get. This is a funny username. This is a funny username. All right, I'll play E4 here. Let me know. We got the white pieces. E4, E5. King Jim Un with a Canadian flag and Canadian avatar. Knight F3. Well, we'll continue here. I don't even have the option to play some of these great opening suggestions because my opponent is dictating things for me. Knight F6. Well, guess what? When people play Knight F6 and they're under 1,000 elo, what do I always say? They're either this kind of guy, unlikely. This kind of guy, likely. Or this kind of guy, guaranteed. Let's see which one he is. Because I'm going to take on E5. There's no way that you guys should be playing E4, E5. And he's none of the above. He's none of the above. There's no way you guys should be playing this opening and not taking the pawn, truly. So, in case you ever get faced with this, always capture it. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor and capture. Now, why is this move going to be considered not very good? Black's going to have a hard time castling. That's why you don't really develop the queen that early. Sometimes you have to, but Black's going to have a hard time castling. Knight F3, always take the pawn. And now we're met with Queen E7, and I have a couple moves I might want to do here. D4 makes a lot of sense. And of course, Knight F3 is always an option. But I definitely like the idea of D4 because if I go back, somebody takes here. I'd rather have the moves D4 and D6 included. That only seems to benefit me. So I'm going to start with D4, and D6 most likely will be played, and then we'll take a step back. So yes, I'll be losing a pawn, but that's the nature of the opening. It's not that I win this pawn and I'm supposed to be winning the game automatically. No, we're still in theory here. The point is for Black to lose the pawn and eventually win this one back. D6. Okay, great move. Have to move the knight back. We could move the knight to other squares as well, knight c4, but to be honest with you, this is just nice and easy. Not going to overthink things. Okay, knight takes on e4. Well, with the pressure of the queen, I think it should be clear to us that there are big time threats here we need to deal with, and I'm going to deal with them by playing most likely bishop e2. Bishop e3 you could definitely play as well, but I think I might want to save that. So I'm just going to go here and castle. Not going to confuse the situation here. So we have a bit more space. The queen is in the way of the pieces. It'll take longer for Black to castle. Can anyone tell me what I'm most likely thinking here? What should be my plan? Like, immediately what moves do I want to see on the board? Of course, the next move should be relatively straightforward. You know, we want a castle. I think we're all on the same page there. But after I castle, what do I really want? Yeah, I think you guys are on the right track. Definitely rook e1. Seeing these two pieces lined up means almost the only thing on my mind is rook e1. It's like you could do whatever you want. I want the rook here, guaranteed. Because it's one thing for him to move the queen out of the way. It's another to move the king out of the way. Remember, there's also a knight here as well. And oh, f6 is really not the move, my friend. That is a brutal move to look at. Maybe, was it a mouse slip, you think? Yeah, f6 is going to be tough. Well, I'm not going to dilly-dally here. Let's play the move that I was just hyping up. Rook e1. This is going to be strong. Lots of pressure on the e-file now. Okay, so understandably, he's defending the knight. That makes a lot of sense. Well, guess what? My job is to undermine this knight, right? The only way my rook is going to actually exert pressure is if this knight finds itself a little bit loose. So here, I'm not even going to think twice. After the move d5, automatic move c4. Yes, we could be throwing h3 in at any moment here, but I'm not even interested in seeing that bishop reposition, maybe, because it could block the file. I'm looking at this, and straight shot up the board. I want to undermine this knight. So I'd love for him to take, makes that knight a little bit weaker. Okay, and he took. So now I hope you're enjoying how good my position is looking. Bishop takes, for example, opens up the rook, right? Knight c3 after takes. The rook is also eyeballing that king. Everything looks good here. Really up to us how we want to proceed. Knight c3 or bishop takes. I think those are both tremendously strong moves. Those are the obvious moves because, we have our rook here. The other somewhat interesting move is taking this knight from f3. And I know this won't make a lot of sense, but actually going back to d2. Because then that introduces a new idea of the bishop being attacked. And if the bishop trades, well, then the rook takes back and we would be immediately winning. Immediately winning material. So knight d2 is kind of a nasty way to immediately put pressure here. Knight d2, the bishop would probably have to move. I don't think you can take. And if you take here, I'll take the bishop and open up the rook. So knight d2, we might have to see like bishop f5 or something. But there's no way that that's sustainable because all we have to do is move our bishop, let's say, to f3, and we'd be completely winning. So knight d2 is actually a really nasty looking move here, and probably not the first move that most people would choose. Knight c3 and bishop c4 are phenomenal moves, so don't worry. But knight f to d2, I believe, is pretty much game over. And this is all basically off one idea, which was I wanted to castle, I want to bring my rook to e1. And the whole game has been based off taking advantage of that move. Black is not ready to castle in either direction and is paying the price for it. f5, but we were ready for f5. All we need to do is take this bishop, and the rest of the position falls apart. The pawn is guarding two things here. And now we win a piece, and we win the queen. So it was actually kind of relevant why I did not rush to play the move h3 earlier, right? It looked like, oh, why wouldn't I play h3? Well, the bishop on g4, I wasn't actually convinced it was a good piece. Not necessarily in the right spot. Knight c6. Probably want to keep the pressure up here. Queen takes g4 is a great looking move. Pawn to d5 is a good looking move as well. I like this one. Mainly because it stops castling. So we lost the center pawn here. Now I could go knight to one of those squares. Doesn't win material, but it trades the knights in the center. I'm not sure that trading the knight is necessarily the best move for me, though. Like, I feel entitled to a little bit more than that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play bishop e3. I'm a little more attracted to this. And the only other move I'm actually thinking of is queen h5 because, hang on, that's pretty strong. I was thinking this, if the knight moves, queen e6 will lead to a checkmate. But I suppose there is rook d8 available, or a move like c5. So maybe those aren't the best. Like, they're all obviously still winning. Knight f6, but queen h5 may be close to winning on the spot. So let's hold our horses here. Queen h5, g6 is never going to be the move. King to the d file, I'm assuming queen d5 is always available. And the last move, king e7, I have queen e5, and knight there will pretty much get mated. So although this looks like a great move, guess what? We're spoiled for choice here. We can't really make a mistake. We're up so much material. But I like queen h5. Check. Lots of things hanging here. After bishop e7, bishop g5 may be tempting, but knight c6. So I believe it's time for queen takes rook with a check. Bishop back. Maybe even just queen back here. Check again. And always repeat. I think if I had a choice, would I want the bishop here or here? I'd probably want it there. I'd love to play this, but knight c6 again is playable. So we're going to check, and then we'll take this knight. It's running out of pieces, though. That's the concern. Okay, rook d8, queen e5 check comes to mind. Of course, rook d1 needs to be accounted for. One move I like is queen here. Queen takes and bishop g5, just because it eliminates every single piece on the board. I think that's a super effective strategy. Knight f6, king e7. Queen here, bishop there. I think maybe just knight out. Give a check. King could absolutely go to f7, but he's kind of been playing the bishop, so I'm assuming he wants to continue that. Yeah, good move. Knight f6 seems senseless here. Knight c3 is the move I think I'm going to go for. It covers d1, so fancy. And next move, bishop g5, should be fairly decisive. Knight c3 is an unpleasant move to see, of course, covering d1. And the thing is, even if I missed that it was covering that square and my opponent goes here, he's forcing me. I have 9 minutes to find the move. He's forcing me to play knight takes rook. So even if I didn't see it, it's like, sorry, you have to play it. It's the only move available. Bishop g5, rook d7. Quite honestly, the only move that you can really play to stop checkmate. And although knight f6 is winning the rook, I wonder what the fastest mate here is. Because I'm honestly not sure if if that's it. We're not going to spend time hunting for it. Knight f6. Forking the king and rook. You cannot take the knight. The bishops can exchange now, but then the rook finally joins the action. And let's just say the king is not long for the world, and we do get a resignation. It would only take a couple more moves max to deliver this checkmate. Mattis says this is mate in 3 if you can find it. Obviously, Mattis was talking about this position, so go ahead and solve it, guys. Where's the checkmate in 3? Any solvers? He said it a couple moves ago. Well, Mattis is a very talented player. He obviously knew we would reach this final position, so he was preemptively setting up a good problem for the chat to solve. Wow, a lot of people saying rook d1. A lot of rook d1ers. Jeez. Some massive chads in here. Rook d1. Not even giving a check on the first move. Do you guys all have throbbing erections right now? Honest question. When you submit an answer like rook d1 that's not a check, are you all just like chubbed up? So impressive. Wow. It's not even a check. All these pieces, all that extra material, and not even a check given. There are a lot of mate in 3s, so I've seen a lot of correct answers. Queen d5. Definitely a mate in 3, but a specific one. Queen d5 is probably the toughest one. You'd have to go here. Rook e1. They're all covered, so you'd have to go here, and then you'd need to play this check to cover the king running to c8. So that's it, technically mate in 3. This is also mate in 3, because if you lose your knight, there's still queen d5 and rook e8 mate. And then rook d1, the chads from the chat. This will actually be checkmate in 2, so you force this, and no matter where the king goes, queen f8 will be mate. You like queen f6 first, sacking the knight? Okay. Queen f6. I take here. And where's your mate in 2? You like sacking the knight for extra flavor. Is your flavor not solving the puzzle? Knight d5. You know, your checkmates get further and further away. Like, it started as a mate in 3. Your move made it a mate in 4. Your next move made it a mate in 5. Is it just going to get more and more unattainable as the game goes on? Let's have a look-see. Okay, look. I talked about knight f6. I said knight f6. Normally when I see it at this elo, people are playing the Stafford, or they're misplaying this opening and playing knight takes e4. the queen e7 is a playable move. Not great, but definitely playable. We hit him with d4. d6. All we're going to do is retreat our knight. Knight takes pawn, bishop e2. And we want to get castled ASAP. Right? It's not about h3. It's about castling. Okay, now f6 happens. Mistake for sure, but it's about knowing that rook e1 is a serious move. 3 pieces on the e-file, king not able to castle right away. There's a lot of problems with this position. Okay, d5. Now, as soon as we see this, we cannot allow the knight to stay there. So as I said, c4, automatic move. We want to get rid of that. Even if our opponent plays c6, you need to know that including c4 and c6 is in our favor. Okay, because now our queen has some squares to visit, right? There's a queen b3 in the future. I'd rather have this than have both pawns back here. This is in my favor to include, so I definitely want the pawns there. Instead, we saw pawn takes. Big mistake. 3 pieces. Now, I really liked knight f to d2 here. But as I said, knight to c3, bishop c4. Literally every move is crushing. The reason I like this one is because it was winning a piece by force. There's no way to avoid it. Bishop takes, rook takes, f5, f3. We win it by force. Might not be the computer's favorite, but it's the only option I can see that definitely wins the piece. You play a move like knight c3 or even bishop c4, it's like we probably will win this knight, but it's not immediately obvious, right? For example, here, look at the top engine line. Knight c6, bishop d5, f5, bishop takes c6, bc6, queen a4. I mean, look at this line. We're not even up a piece yet. I'm not even sure what's happening here. So I like to keep it really simple. We came there for material, and after knight d2, we're guaranteed to get it. So I'm a big fan of this. Other moves would be possible here, but okay, obviously after this, it worked out really well, and it's over from here. But I think it's important to just put all the pressure you can on that e-file, and especially the e4 knight. But people who play this opening usually do not have a very good success rate, I will say. So, do I recommend this opening? 100% no. I do not recommend knight f6. Most people after knight e5 do not handle things well, get a bad position. It's kind of tough. And God forbid people play this and fall for, one of the most basic traps in chess. Oops. Hey, Jadoob. Dirty Dog 61. Thanks for 49 months. Dang, it's been a while. Thanks a lot, Dirty Dog. Corrupt. 3 months with Prime. Jovius gifting to Carvalma. And Jolly, thanks for the 7-month resub. No, 7 months in a row. 11-month resub. Would I like to show us my method in the OTB Knight Bishop Mate? Well, have you seen the YouTube video, Anjali? Doesn't that show it? There's lots of Bishop and Knight checkmate stuff on our YouTube channel you can check out. So I won't bore the people with it. In the Underdog Title Tuesday tournament that just happened, by the way, I also did a Bishop and Knight checkmate at least 3 or 4 times. So I've done it on stream a lot recently, I feel like. A full year from Adenary. Thanks a lot, buddy. The explanations are on YouTube as well, Anjali. If you type chess bra Bishop Knight checkmate on YouTube, I promise you'll find lots of stuff. See you in a minute. Yep, check it out. Let me know when you're back. I'm going to give you enough time to go watch it. We're going to pause the stream, Anjali. We're all going to take a little break so that you have enough time to watch the video. So I'll be back in a few minutes. We're all going to wait for Anjali to watch the Bishop and Knight YouTube video. We're all going to pause. I'm going to grab some food. I'll be right back. Let's take 5. And I'll be back in a few minutes to play some more slow chess. I'm not done with you yet. BRB. All right. We're back. I just had some quick food. I think Gory's he's in the chat, but he's leaving soon. So I want to make sure we say goodbye to Gory as well. Did Anjali watch the Bishop and Knight? I mean, what's the deal here? We're waiting for the guy. Oh, this is a Sanpelli, my friend. Yeah, exactly, Sleazy. That's the homework. That's how we know if you really watched it. Low to full energy. And go Gory. Kukulov, thanks for the 29 months. 29 Twitch months. And a tier 3 to boot. Cheers, Kukulov. Europe is coming up soon. It's 22nd right now. Yeah, just over 2 weeks. Not sure about full time, like 100% Kukulov, but right now it's already the large majority. So even though we're streaming here on Twitch, the majority of the hours get streamed on Kick right now. So it's already a good time to start your Kick life. Start your Kick family. Start collecting resources over there. Build out the nest. But obviously it depends how things go. We're not in a situation right now where we're fully on Kick, but definitely the majority there, so we encourage people to make accounts and join us over there. We still do some Twitch streams, which is what this is. I'll be switching to Kick in a little bit, but we had to log on to bless our good people on Chess TV. And play more slow chess. What's up, Spencer? Hello to Zon Jones. Tommy says Kick 2024 will be Hikaru and Chessbra raiding each other while Twitch implodes. Just back and forth, creating a little raid circle jerk. Chessbra and Hickey viewers will become one. That's the post-apocalyptic life. Oh, there's Anjali. Oh, finally we can get back to the chess. Okay, he's here. Hey, we were waiting for you, bud. There he is. Ditto Bitto, thanks for the tier 3 22 months. And whoops, my bad, bro. 7 months with Prime. I think right as we took our break there. Joshua Feldman. Probably already explained it, but you love the t-shirt. I'm glad you do. It's a fun one. It just has random things stitched on it. I like it though. It's simple. Just a fun summer shirt. The same method as Naroditsky? Thank God. Whew. I was concerned there for a sec. But if Naroditsky's using that method, then must be a good method. Hello to Dill. Blonde Maestro 69. Porco, not too much, no. But I have played Naroditsky in a tournament. I think we drew. I'm not sure if we played more times than that. We had one draw. But he was definitely always stronger than me, that's for sure. Even when we played. Okay, time for another game, just like the last game. You guys know the drill. Let me know what openings you'd like to see. I'll do my best. We're 891, so maybe you hit 900 right here. Slow chess, 15 minutes, 10 seconds increment. See if we get white or black. All right, we got the black pieces facing e4. What do we think? I saw e5 in there. Saw a few suggestions that we may not get to play. And I'll tell you, if he was planning to play queen h5, I don't think it would have mattered what we played. So he's trying to cheese us, right? This is the all-time great queen h5. Queen takes e5. Now, everyone needs to know, and I mean needs to know, not like, oh, I have an idea, but needs to know, like, guaranteed every single time you see this, you're not scared. You need to know how to deal with this. Everyone. Let's start first things first. Queen takes e5 is the only threat. This is not a threat. This is a threat. So we need to defend the actual threat. And let's develop a piece and do that. My opponent right now is quite literally like frothing at the mouth. Like just, he's thinking to himself, oh my goodness! Like he can't wait to unleash Queen f7. So step one, they attack the e-pawn. So we defend the e-pawn. So just remember, when the queen comes out, the threat is the e-pawn. When the bishop comes out as well, the threat is the f-pawn. So you've already defended this. Now, don't think about anything other than defending the next important thing. This pawn. Knight f6 does not defend the pawn. Now, in order to defend it, we have moves like knight h6, queen e7, queen f6. I'll be honest with you, those moves are pretty lame, and they're not really where we want to put those pieces. So what you do after this is you play this move, because now that's not a threat, and g6 interposes on that diagonal. g6 takes care of f7. Now, obviously, someone who is thirsty and only gets a sip of water is going to have their tongue wagging like a dog for more. Queen f3. He's not done yet. f7 is still under attack. But remember, when the queen goes back, nothing's changed except the angle at which the pawn is attacked. The threat is still the exact same. Pawn's being attacked. So now we can take our knight, develop it to that really normal looking starting square, and it will interpose the queen's line. Okay, knight f6. Now the move d3 has happened because if I had to guess, bishop g5 is the intention, right? Wants to attack the knight, and maybe some dreams of getting the queen into f7 still. Now, if he ever plays bishop g5, it's important to know that things are under control, right? Because we have bishop g7 at all times. So in this position, I'm not going to lie, I'm actually interested in maybe taking my opponent's bishop. So we might think about moves like knight a5, right? bishop g7. These are all fantastic looking moves, but none compare to the disgusting feeling that your opponent will get when you play the move b5. b5 is a slap in the face to anyone who plays this opening. Anyone. b5 immediately puts the question to the bishop. If we went knight d4, the queen would retreat to d1, of course. But now we get the bishop in a nice way. And we have the added benefit of a potential blunder. So I want to play knight d4. I was going to do it on the last move, but may as well include b5 first. Knight d4 now. I pick up the bishop. And what will be the result of my opponent's opening? What will be the result? Not only will half your opponents blunder by taking on b5, but the other half will enter a position like this where, yes, they're not going to keep their bishop. They're going to lose it. And they've only got a queen developed. It's not good enough, right? That is not good enough. Queen g3. Guess what? e5 is hanging. Don't worry, we're not in a rush to take this. That bishop is ours no matter what. There's nothing he can do to save it. So let's just defend the actual threat here. d6. Easy, right? Knight takes b3 is coming up. But remember, if they're not... I'm pretty sure we'll see maybe one of these two moves next. Or maybe c3. If they don't, though, we have another really fun move, which is going to be a5. It's even tougher to deal with. So hopefully he plays a move much like this, where he's actually threatening the knight. And that is important. Because if a5 now, the knight gets captured. We're not a big fan of that. Take the bishop, right? Although this is fine, we're not really interested in that. Taking the bishop is what we came here to do. Now there's literally no threats there. No threats on f7. All you've got is a position where, I don't know, he's got a couple pieces out. It's normal. Normal enough. Should be a very good position for black. Just because there's no threats to our king. We're going to play bishop g7, which makes use of the g6 move. Right? Do we care about this pawn? We actually care about it a lot in the sense that we care about it being captured. So that maybe we can play c5 and trap the bishop in there. So we would love to see that. We also kind of like to see the move knight to f3. There are a few options here which present themselves. Knight h5 becomes immediately tempting. The queen is so close to being trapped. Knight h5, queen on these two squares, and although I have bishop f6, no, it is not trapped. If the queen went to g5, there'd be queen h6, and if queen h4, there's bishop g5. So, unfortunately, not quite trapping the queen, but still looking pretty nice there. What move would actually trap the queen? Knight h5. Oh, actually, if that h-pawn was on h6, then the queen would be trapped. That's a nice feeling. And h6, to me, looks like a highly useful move anyway, because it deals with this square. So, me, I'm a big fan of h6. That sets up a move that wins the queen on the spot next turn. So that's just a nice thing to have in our back pocket. It doesn't do anything after h3. You might say, oh, the queen can go to h2, but h6 is a useful move for us. It's not a waste of time. We're not just playing like some hope chess kind of moves. We're actually playing a move that makes a serious threat and is useful for us anyway. So our opponent plays d4, unaware of our knight h5 move. Knight takes e4 has been hung here. It's a free pawn, right? But we don't want to get sidetracked. By taking here, white plays queen h4, hits our knight, and it will be a queen trade. So instead of getting sidetracked there, stick to the plan. Knight h5. Where does this queen go? It can't go to any of these squares. Right? Because the bishop, pawn, knight are all there. h6, covered g5. So queen h4 is the only move. And after queen h4, bishop f6 hits the queen. And this time, there's no place for the queen to go. Because h6 takes away this. So it's move 11. Our opponent is losing their queen. And this is a perfect moment where you just sit back and you think to yourself how it started versus how it's going. How it started, how it's going. White has only one move on the board, and our next move would be bishop to f6, so immediately winning as a result. I like the move bishop to g5 from my opponent. I think that's a fun move. I have a question for you guys. You really can't have a wrong answer because everything you choose here will be winning for one reason or another. But what would you guys play here? And there are a lot of options. The queen is hanging, the bishop's hanging. I mean, there's a lot. So if we take here, great move. Queen takes. The only thing is the queen has a retreat now and offering a trade. So we'll be winning. We'll win a full piece. But technically, we won't be that winning. The move that I actually am the most cautious to play and the least optimistic about is the move knight g3. Even though knight g3 wins a whole rook, it's the move I like the least. White plays bishop c7. All my pawns are falling. And guess what? That knight on h1, at some point in this game, it will be captured by a rook. It's going to be dead. So all you're winning there is an exchange. You're winning a rook for an eventual knight, because your knight won't get out. So the worst decision you could make is to do that. But I think in some ways it's the most tempting, because you get a queen and you get a rook. Like, how could that not be good? Well, your knight gets stuck there, and you lose a bunch of pawns in the meantime. So this is really the wrong instinct. You always take something for nothing instead of something for something worse. Meaning, I'll take a bishop and just be up a bishop rather than take this and be ended up the exchange. I have a rook, you have a knight. It's like, it's not a guarantee. But having a full extra bishop is always the best. Now, all that being said, the best move in this position is f6. This is the best move when you think about trapping that queen. Right? f6, and you're like, wait a minute, isn't stuff still hanging? So what would white do after f6? It still needs to be calculated. But after f6, bishop takes, queen takes, right? Then you think about queen h4. Are you trapping that queen? Does anyone have the answer? It's definitely easier to play pawn takes bishop. But f6, we may be hopeful for a little more. And remember, if you play this and you take with the bishop or something, you're trolling because then you lose this pawn. So while this is playable, I'm going to go with the move f6, and we'll see. We will see if we're able to be even luckier than just winning a full piece here. I want to go for more. Note that we're only playing a weird looking move like this because there's just like a bunch of things hanging. But our position is overwhelming here. Okay, goes queen h4. But remember, queen h4 previously was going to lose the queen. So what's changed? Nothing, I think. He's still losing the queen. We take. We're hitting the queen. The knight can take. We take back. And what's about to happen might be a very common phenomenon, which is my opponent was going to lose the queen, right? And it sucks. My heart goes out to you. But you would have just lost your queen for maybe a piece. Now, because you tried to save your queen, you lost 2 pieces, and you're still losing your queen. It's the worst situation you could be in. Not only are you still losing the queen, but you've lost 2 pieces in the process. Remember, the pieces still hit those important squares. Queen has nowhere to go, and the queen guards that pawn on g5. How it started, how it's going. 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 And it's just poetic. Yeah? You like the h5 square, little guy, huh? You like that, huh? You like it now? You like it now? Takes d4. Knight takes on b5. Something tells me that knight ain't long for the world. Knight a3 probably has to happen. g4 can be played. Bishop d7. There's no way the knight can capture on a7, so something like this is probably sufficient. I like the move g4 here. Because it kind of, if the king ever castles, I really appreciate that queen h4 is about to be checkmate. And if the knight takes here for whatever reason, the rook's covering the escape, and we can just go bishop d7. And if they don't take on a7, remember, the knight's also attacked. Knight takes on a7. Good move. Now we just need to move this bishop. Bishop d7 or bishop b7. I think we can get the job done either way. Bishop b7 is a little bit nice because it actually hits this pawn. Let's go for this one. Bishop d7 is the more standard move because it really traps the knight, guarantee. But I have to say this is too tempting not to play. And we do see castling, which is exactly why we brought this here. There we go. g3, not gonna cut it. Queen takes h2. And quite honestly, you should never, ever be losing or getting a bad position to this garbage, trash, low tier, bottom feeding opening. So let's observe. Queen h5. And the opening isn't awful, right? It's not like it gets an evaluation like, oh, white's completely winning or white's completely losing. Nothing like that. Knight c6. Okay, they're all obviously going to go bishop c4. So step one, defend this pawn. Right? And even if they start with bishop c4, first of all, you could play knight f6 and then you have no issues. But even if you played knight c6 after bishop c4, just remember that when the queen is attacking your pawn from there, you play knight f6. When the queen's attacking your pawn from here, first of all, make sure e5 is defended, step one, and then step two is play g6. Make sure that's defended when the queen's on h5. Play g6 when the queen's threatening mate from there, and play knight f6 when the queen's threatening from there. That's it. It's 3 rules. The knight comes out. Okay, mate. Stop it this way. Queen goes here. Stop it this way. d3. Now in this position, knight d4 is a great move. In fact, it is one of the best moves. Right? Knight d4 is fantastic. And if you play knight d4, the queen must retreat to d1. So objectively, it is a really, really strong move. But how many people at 700 are going to take your pawn here? How many? Just be honest. Like, you could farm hundreds of people who are going to capture on b5. b5 is probably like it's this clear second best move, but because you're dealing with someone who's just wildly thirsty to checkmate you, they might see this move and boom, that's going to just win you the game. Game over. Done. Right? Because the nasty thing is they have to retreat. They have to retreat. Knight c2 is maybe even nastier than knight takes b5. Okay, so this is an issue. You're attacking too many things. Let's say my opponent here plays the exact same way they played in the game. Remember, they played queen g3? Now, if you take here, no. Knight c2. Knight c2. This is the one that hurts. So they have to go back here to guard. Then you take the bishop. Yes. There you go. What about bishop d7? Let's just say I trust you to find the move here. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I trust you. What about bishop to g5? Well, you bring up a great point. You're absolutely right. But just react to that threat. Don't go taking this bishop and allowing this. Just defend this. Bishop g7, right? No need to stress. No need to stress. So, love the move b5. Knight d4 to follow. Easy, easy. d6. No problemo. Here we did h6, which I really like. There's actually, I mean, this was a big blunder, and so bad things happen to good people here. But I will say, in this position, because of the move bishop e3, and only because of bishop e3, knight h5, I think, was playable. So bishop e3, knight h5. I'm not sure if we trap the queen, but damn, this looks good. I really want it with h6. It's a little better. Obviously, black must have a tremendous advantage here, but somehow I actually don't think we're trapping the queen. So maybe knight h5 is a little too early here. Yeah, this was very similar to the game, which is why I played h6. Because if I had gone for this, I wasn't sold on this. So I like h6. And yeah, big mistake there. Some people were wondering about bishop takes f6, which of course totally playable. But after this, if you take on e5, I really only need to move my queen, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be losing another piece there. So let's say you did queen h4, right? I would move my queen. So I'm threatening bishop f6, I'm threatening g5. Right? There's no way to actually save this queen, remarkably. Even if you wanted to, and you took a move here, and you're like, how do I save this damn queen? You can't actually do it without giving up loads and loads of material. Right? The things you lose might be worse than losing the queen. G4 drops the knight, you know? Takes, knight takes, just drops a full knight there. You'd have to follow up with f4. Like, there's going to be heavy material losses. So, it's almost not even worth giving up all those pieces to try to save your queen. Just lose the queen. But anyway, this is how it finished, and there wasn't really any chance there. You literally tried the same thing. Oh. He tried the same thing. Wait, my opponent? You're telling me this poor guy tried the same thing on his next game? Oh my goodness. He... oh man, poor guy. He tried the same thing, literally right after, and he lost in 6 moves. Oh, look at this guy. He hit him with knight d4, and he blundered queen e3. He didn't even play queen d1. Oh. Oh, nasty. He just got hit with everything. Get him out of here. We are not making fun of the player. We are making fun of the opening. That opening. And you know what? There are some people in this very chat room. That's right. You know, look around. Look amongst yourselves. There are some people silent in this chat room right now that play this goddamn opening. I know it. You sick individuals. You're out there somewhere. I know you're there. Look amongst yourselves. Someone can't be trusted here. You know who you are. That's enough shame for you to live with. You know who you are. But we have to be able to handle garbage like this. There you go. One final move for you guys, because it will always be a comment. Queen b3, right? Threatening f7. I've mentioned this before, but when people play queen b3 to further put pressure here, look, if you play queen e7, fantastic, great move, bishop g7 castle. But if you really want to teach someone a lesson, after they play this, just play knight d4. They'll hate themselves. Play knight d4. They'll take this, and they'll be, like, fully erect. You play king e7, and, well, their queen needs to maintain contact with the bishop. So where's it going to go? There's only one square in this whole diagonal that's safe. And hopefully you can find the next move. b5. Knight c2 is a threat. King takes bishop is a threat. It's our friend b5 once again. There you go. This position is -4. -4. It's game over. It's done. GG. Get these queen h5 players out of here. Poor guy. He just lost 2 games to the exact same thing. Ripperuski. Rough for him. He lost another game. Oh, but I think he... Was he playing with black here? Yeah, we didn't get to see the... Didn't get to see him try it again. You should watch the habits. Absolutely. Bitter Jester, thanks for the 9 months with Prime. Archer Bear, 4 months. And Wu Tax Clan, 14 months. Also with Prime. All right. All right. Another slow chess game. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. We're getting back in there. Let me know what openings you'd like to see. All right. We're going to play Queen H5. And what do you know? It works so easily. This is why you guys have to start playing this move. It's so easy. It works every single time against people under 1,000. I'm telling you, it's so simple. This is like a free win. It's obvious. I don't know why you guys aren't playing this opening. It's so goddamn easy. Bishop e7. So we're already up a center pawn on move 3. Boy, it feels good. Let's lend some support to this pawn, because inevitably our queen is going to have to retreat, right? Probably going to bring it back here. I hope my queen doesn't get trapped with knight h5. Why do I get a feeling that it will? I'm the type of guy to play knight f3 here and walk into knight h5, trapping my queen. Can't have that. Can't be falling for that stuff. Queen takes g7, no balls. If I play queen takes g7, I might not have any balls by the end of the game. Queen takes g7 is giving eunuch. I don't know how you expect me to play queen takes g7 here, guys. I don't know how. It looks so wrong. Queen takes g7 or beta. Well, I'm not a beta. What do you mean beta? If I don't take g7, I'm a beta? Mon has 4 letters. Beta also has 4 letters. Alright, that's enough for me. It's ridiculous. I'm not a beta. Well, I've only got one move now. Hope you guys are happy. Hope you guys are happy. Now we've got a worse position. Do you guys feel good about yourself, huh? Do you? Sick creatures. Our pawn is hanging, and we must play this move. King d1 gets annihilated by this. So we must do this. Beta move, bishop d3. Hanging the g-pawn. So it's already not worth it taking this goddamn pawn. c5. You tell me what would happen after bishop g5 there, Mr. Sleaze. Hey, you keep me updated. Bishop there, queen g3, bishop h4. Oh, good God. Good God. I need to get rid of this knight. These moves are mandatory. Must trade the knight. We could use this knight. That's true. Knight e2. Could be a knight e2 angle. I don't like my position. Because of the chat. The position may suck, but it's better than being a beta. Well, you have a point there. Bishop back to f8. Very interesting stuff. Queen here, rook g4 is quite disturbing, actually. So we're forced to go to one of these squares. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible. How am I supposed to survive here? This is stressful. I didn't need this. I didn't need to sign up for this. My G-pawn is hanging. Thanks, Dr. Lord. Yep. Yep. You know why it's hanging, Dr. Lord? Because I took on G7. That's why. That's why the pawn's hanging. Yeah. I'm getting pushed around here. Thank you for the quick Cinco, Matrix side. Yes, thank you. Yes. We feel better about our position now. 5 subs, you know what? It's all okay. Queen takes G7 was worth it now. Audacious Ferris, thank you for the 5-month resub with Prime. Hugh for 2 years. And Degrowed 44 months. You like the move c4 here. It looks pretty bad to me. Doesn't that hang your knight? I'm not going to be the guy who takes it. Come on, give me some credit here. Damn this guy. Rook takes g2, huh? Well, I'll tell you what. I'm taking this knight quicker than you can imagine. I'm also thinking about bishop b5, which seems very useful to trade some pieces. Trade these damn pieces. Get them out of here. d3, bishop e3, and castle. Am I going to be so blessed to be able to play that? Of course not. I have to deal with queen g4. Great, thanks a lot. My goodness. I'm suffering. I am suffering. My opponent may be intending rook g1. May be intending. Okay. Noted, noted. Mm-hmm. Well, I'd love to make a nice simple move like d3. But I don't think we can. I don't. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not interested in Buddy being able to just castle here and pretend like nothing happened. That irks me. So I am considering giving this check. But it's like, damn, what do I do after that? Knight e2? It's looking like a knight e2 angle. I need d3 more than life itself. Like, brutal. Now, the reason that I don't like queen a4 is because I actually think my queen might be needed here. So, like, if he wants to spend a move castling, be my guest. I'm hitting you with d3. Like, that's a guarantee. That's a guarantee. Knight f4 here, I would love to see. Take, d3. At long last, I play my move. I mean, this is a struggle. This is because of you guys. Queen takes g7. We didn't have to play a game like this. It really didn't have to be this way. No, I've not played much poker lately. I've played 0, so that answers that. Unfortunately, haven't had the time. We've been preparing our EU tour. R. Hudson, generally speaking, maybe. Here, no. Because it's all about trying to solve the problems around my king right now. It's like trapping the rook doesn't help me. There it is. There it is. Big old Chad. Well, I think it's time to take, guys. Now, he is not threatening anything. Let's remember that. No threat. So I can finally, and I mean finally, play T3. Unbelievable. The sense of relief I get from playing D3 is something else. Queen F3. Yeah. All right. So he's kind of eyeballing my rook there, right? Fair. He's also hitting F2. This is where Queen A4 is tempting. Because let's say the king moves. Then I could play Bishop E3. But then, if Rook takes here, I have to deal with the fact that this is hanging. And it feels very awkward. So most likely if I give this check, my next move after that will be Rook to F1. That guards F2. And gets the rook off of H1. Right? I have a couple moves at our disposal here. Check, king there, rook F1. Let's say rook C8 or something. Then I think we hit up the old bishop E3 button. But I'll be damned if that ain't still a tough game. Now, bishop E3 we cannot really play without dealing with rook F2. Gotta be careful with bishop E3. I think the move we need is rook F1. The only question is, do we play this move first to make the king move? Or do we leave our queen centralized? The more I see Queen A4, the less I like it, because I feel like if he wants to castle, go for it. Like the rook ends up on D8, awful square. So I'm just gonna play rook F1. I think castling is actually bad for him. So I'd rather leave my queen in a nice central square. And here, if my queen gets attacked, now I can move there if I want to. That makes more sense. But if I put my queen here first, there's no way he would play bishop g7 after. He would come up probably with a better move. So queen a4, king's attacked, and then we could play bishop e3. The other thing we could do is play queen e3. Not insane. Queen takes d6, of course, is possible, but like that's too greedy. Too greedy. Queen takes d6 or no balls. Oh. I'm not a beta. I already proved I'm not a beta by taking on g7. I'm still a half beta. Okay, so you promise that if I take on d6, there'll be no more beta accusations. It will be fully affirmed that I'm definitely not beta after that. Like, there's no way. As long as we finally put this to rest. I have your word. Huh? I see a lot of yeses there. It feels good not to be a beta. Oh, it feels great not to be a beta. Ah, the alpha is rewarded. The alpha energy is rewarded. Proof that alphas always finish on top. There we go. Would you look at that? Alpha energy gets rewarded. That ended quickly. What the hell happened? Out of nowhere. Yeah, why don't you have a look at this, guys? Queen h5, knight f6. This is quite seriously how bad of an opening this is. Look. Knight f6. Arguably a huge mistake. Right? Big blunder. It's barely even good for white. It's barely good for white. It's not good for white. How bad of an opening is an opening where the point of the opening, if successful, still gives you a bad position? Awful. It's really bad. Okay, so we take here and it's like, we're already worse. D6. Now, remarkably, queen takes G7 is slightly inaccurate. Huh. Funny how that worked there. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. 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 Queen takes h7. Knight f6. Can you imagine? Okay. Well, how do I avoid this? Tell me that. You guys are the ones telling me that I'm a beta, but betas don't take draws. So, what's the answer here, geniuses? How do you avoid a draw? Queen here, bishop g5, queen here, bishop h4. And it's like, not only is there another draw if you want it, but black takes on f2, and then suddenly you're getting destroyed. Brutal. You guys would have sacked your queen for the rook? I don't even believe some of you. Hekosteru, thanks for the prime sub. I don't even believe you. Hard to take you seriously. And here we go. And here we go. Barely surviving with d3. And the alpha move paid off. Queen takes d6. Inaccurate. Wow, surprise, surprise. These alpha moves you guys are talking about are already inaccurate. Both of them. And yet somehow both of them paid off in the end. It sickens me that you guys were not punished more for that. But Queen H5, really, I mean, we just saw how easy it was to handle as black. I played it as white, and I didn't enjoy it one bit. Maybe the refutation to Queen H5 is Knight F6. I'm serious. Like, the best way to handle this is to just play Knight F6. Just let them take the pawn and enjoy a comfortable position. Down a pawn with easy play. Maybe that's the way. Because even after winning a pawn, I straight up did not enjoy myself. This was not enjoyable. So I don't know. I'm not a fan. What can I say? Queen H5, low tier opening, yielding low tier results. I'm glad that game is done. I really am. House Queen C3 here. I mean, lots of playable moves. It's not like we lose the pawn back, but if the evaluation is 0.00 equal and black is down a pawn, that means black's position is so good that it's worth a pawn. So I'd rather play black. I did prove that I'm not beta. Thank you. Someone said it. Finally, someone said it. That's the validation I needed. Now, I could say it was all worth it. So be careful. On a serious note, don't be playing this Queen H5 move. It sucks. It sucks. Even if executed the way it's supposed to be, you know, the best case scenario, it's like you win this pawn. You win this pawn? Huh? That's what we've got to show for it? Yeah, you're right, playing Viking. You are right about that. So let's get away from this wayward queen stuff. We're not playing it as white. We're not playing against it as black. Let's get some real openings in here. Something to learn from. All right? Let me know what you'd like to see. We're getting back to the real stuff here. None of this Queen H5 garbage. I see some nice suggestions here. Vienna, Scotch, Catalan, lots of Catalan. The thing with Catalan is it's really tough to guarantee, but tons of Vienna. Man, Vienna seems to be the most popular. I've played a bunch of Vienna games already, just so you guys know, so those will definitely appear on YouTube. Brah? Did
Yes.
Young Dory
Young Dory is
took his leave?
taking his leave. You good with this one?
Yeah. Hello, Gory. Gory's in the chat now. He's been reduced to a member of the chat. Dr. Lord with some specific requests, and he has elevated requests because they came with 1,000 bits. It's kind of like you drop something in a suggestion box, and one of them comes with $10. You always remember that suggestion because it had a little cash attached to it. Doesn't mean you listen to it, of course, but you remember it. We just had to delay our next game so that I could get a BJ. Hope you guys don't mind that. Surely the quality of the game will improve after a BJ. Hey, Mike Hawk is in the chat. Mike Hawk says, I love a tasty BJ. Checks out. Is this song familiar to anyone? It should be familiar to the late night ravers. This is that crazy animal song. All right. We got our drink. Time to get into our next game. See what we can do. 15 minutes, 10-second increment. None of this Queen H5 stuff. All right. Well, I've played a lot of E4. So I'm going to start the game with D4. Why the heck not? D4, D5. Many things to play here. You know what? There's nothing that gets played more against this than the old Queen's Gambit. And this can still transpose to many other openings. C4, first of all, people have a history under 1,000 of playing knight f6. And already, I would say, pretty serious error. Knight c6, I would say basically the same type of error. However, we'll wait and see if Black really knows what they're doing. At sub 1,000, I would not expect them to know. But no matter what, both of these knight moves are just bad because you're going to lose your entire control of the center. Here, you're bringing your queen out on move 3. Awful. Here, you're either bringing your queen out on move 3 or you're bringing your knight to the middle. And then I would just play e4. I have both center pawns there. Both of those moves have serious, serious issues with them. I am very interested to find out whether or not my opponent can handle this position here. So queen takes d5. Now, knight f3 is an okay move. Black usually plays e5. Knight c3, bishop b4, and gives up the bishop. Gets a very easy game. I'm going to play e3. Just defend the pawn, because there's no way I can play knight c3 with this pawn not defended. Now my intention is knight c3. And you might think that this is a Scandinavian. Queen here, maybe queen here. But in a Scandinavian, this pawn would be there. That's much different. The fact of the matter is, I still have both center pawns, and your queen is running around. This is not a Scandinavian. This is much worse. I'm going to let that move marinate for a sec. Huh? I mean, this is really incredible. Like, queen d5. This is what I'm saying. You can't have your queen out on move 3 as a sub 1000. You guys do not know what to do. Like, that's unacceptable. Can't play like that. Sorry. Sorry. Now, a lot of people are saying knight c3. Here's the funny thing. Knight c3, to me, looks like a blunder because it... Listen to this sentence. Knight c3 is a blunder because it allows queen takes g2. This move by black is so bad that if I give black the opportunity to sack their queen, his position will improve. Listen to that sentence. I'm forced to take the bishop right away because if black's able to sack their queen, I won't have as much of an advantage. So, first of all, that's the idea for my opponent. But like, huh? Huh? This is why 900s cannot be trusted with their queen out. Against the queen's gambit, Buddy just needs to play e6. You have to play e6 or c6. You need a pawn in the center. Mandatory. No pawn in the center, no chance. Okay, let's get back to the... E5. There's the move he should have played last turn. There it is. That's the one. Knight c3. Automatic move. Just like whatever you're threatening doesn't matter because I'm threatening your queen. Okay. d7. This will probably be a d5 angle. Not only gets out of this attack, but hits the knight. Maybe prepare bishop to b5. Yeah, we grabbed a free piece, hitting them with d5. It looks like bishop g5, either as a next move or perhaps a move after that, looks tremendously strong. The one justification that is always important to stay away from when it comes to openings is that strong players have played them. The reason that they are able to do certain things is because they're a strong player. So, quite honestly, is knight c6 is it an opening? Is it an opening? It is. Absolutely. The way my opponent played move to knight c6 and the queen coming out, is that an opening? Yes. Is that theory? Yes. If a GM was playing it, could it be playable? Absolutely. But you're not Himothy. Calm down and keep a pawn in the center. And remember that you're 900 and you're still learning how to develop properly, how to play the opening phase of the game. Don't play these complicated things like the Scandinavian or the Skorin, where you bring your queen out. Not following good principles, and you're going to get punished for it. a3 forces the knight to a6, and then bishop b5 should win the game. We're not going to play bishop b5 immediately because of c6. The knight doesn't have any squares here, so must go there. And then bishop b5, c6 takes. And even if he trades queens, there's a lot of stuff loose. I just think that a lot of people at this rating, including the opponent across from me right now, I think he would be a stronger and higher rated player if he just was told, hey, this opening's not it, man. Just play e6, right? d4, d5, c4, e6. And then maybe play all the moves you're going to do. And even in habits, basic habits, like back to like level 1 habits, this was one of the most important things we talked about. It's relevant. Game on, I usually see the ideas like bishop b5, but I often rush to do them and they don't work yet. What should I do? So you often rush them when they don't work. So don't rush them. That should take care of that. Would I recommend e4, e5 for a new player? Or stick with systems like the London? I definitely recommend e4, e5 for a new player. Even if you want to get into the London, systems are really easy to learn. They're not complicated. You can learn them at any point in your chess career. Couple days and a YouTube video series, you'll be fine. Bishop b5. Knowing that we'll probably win something here. Do I like the King's Gambit? No, I think that's another bad opening. Not worth your time. Do I consider the Philidor defense bad? I consider it weak, passive, but no, not bad. It's solid enough. But they're just better openings that you can play that allow your pieces to develop. Problem with the Philidor is it's just you don't have a lot of space. No point in hindering yourself by taking positions constantly where you don't have space. Low-rated players don't do well in positions where you don't have space because it's easier when you have a lot of squares to choose from. Okay, c6 takes. If the pawn takes, the knight hangs. The queen could capture here, and we should definitely take back. And still, if the pawn takes, not only does the knight hang, but then the bishop could also take back. So the question is, how do we take? If we take with the king, the fact is long castle comes with a check, which it's not that nice to deal with. So I'm a little bit more attracted to knight captures d1 because it maintains the threat here. Knight captures d1, castles. I think I like that a little bit better, but yeah, it sucks to have to take this back at all. Obviously, it would be perfect if we didn't have to. The advantages of taking with the king is that after king takes, I play king e2. And then the rook comes out. If knight takes, we have to bring the knight back and then either play king e2 or castle before the rook can come out. So it takes a little bit longer. But I'm really thinking that it needs to be knight takes. Tough decision. Tough decision. Definitely some concerns here. So we should see long castle. King there, unfortunately, doesn't solve the problems. Maybe even creates more. It almost looks like he meant to castle. I'm not really sure. Because he goes here, we take, we're threatening to take the rook and queen. So now, rook b8 and bishop takes knight, and he's in trouble. He is in trouble. How it started, how it's going. How it started, how it's going. The best piece of advice that I could give you is don't play openings where the damn queen comes out. It's not that he's a bad player, but he's playing positions where his queen is out, and you have to be such a strong player to be able to handle those properly. It's not the way to start out. Not at all. So what does black need to do here? This move or this move? Simple. This is the easiest. Just play e6. That's it. Knight, bishop, castle. I don't know if anybody watched. It's on our YouTube. I did a rehab series with Salty Clown. I looked at Salty's openings against d4, and I'm telling you, it was this 40,000 times. And so I said, just play this opening. It's so simple. But the number one thing you have to remember is that when they take, you always want to have a pawn to take back with. If you don't, consider that you made a mistake. That's it. Knight f6, trash. Takes, what? You take with a queen and then this happens. Makes no sense. You take with the knight, this happens. Makes no sense. You know? It's like, what's going on here? So, kind of a problem. I think people underestimate how bad it is to not have control of the center. There are a lot of openings where you give control of the center, like for example, King's Indian. You let white have this massive center. Grunfeld, even Sicilian a little bit. French a little bit, although you strike immediately. But the point is, for low-rated players, I don't think any of those openings are good. Keep it simple. E4, E5, D4, D5. That's always a great place to start. If you want to play different openings than that, you have to know how to handle counterattacking the center. Most people don't. Knight c6, like our game, takes, and it's like, okay, your queen's on d5, right? We're still in book. This is playable. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. Like, not many people at 900 are going to be familiar with the fact that you need to move this pawn because knight c3 is about to evict your queen, and it's really tough to deal with that, so you must play bishop b4. And in order to enable bishop b4, you must move the e-pawn. And don't play e6 because you want your bishop up, but play e5 to challenge the center. And after knight c3, bishop b4, white might play bishop d2, and then you'd want to take. Right? So all of these things, let's go back here, come into account here. And it's like, is he going to be able to play this perfectly? I don't think so. So I just don't think these openings are worth it. Obviously, bishop h3 is just nonsense, but it's like the guy, why did he even play this move? Right? Does this move look good? Of course not. It looks terrible. Is he this bad of a player? I don't believe it. I truly don't believe it. Why did he play it? It's because his goddamn queen was on d5, and he thought he was him. He thought he was a hero here. He thought he was coming up with a tactic that no one had ever come up with in chess. And it's just not it, man. That's not it. So if his queen just wasn't there, there's no way he would play it. That's what I'm saying. Don't put yourself in a position where you end up with a queen here. You're just going to start doing random stuff. You don't even recognize yourself. What the hell is bishop h3? Obviously, he loses the game pretty quickly. But I feel like he's kind of manifesting it, doing it to himself. Anyway, GG Drezard 612. These openings need some improvement. Yuri in the house, thanks for the year. New badge, thank you so much, Yuri. Good to see you, bud. Menke USA, thank you for the 17 months. Alexander von Humboldt, Prime for 10 months. And Can't Cure Cancer, CCC. Thanks for the 5 months Prime reset. Maybe the trick works against real 900s. You might be right. Maybe it does. Doesn't mean he should be doing it. No, of course not. You can't attribute the success rate of something to the objective evaluation, whether you should be playing it. That's why the best moves are tricks that people fall for, but in order to set the trick up, you're still making a good move. Those are the best possible things that you could do. But anytime you have to make a move that you wouldn't normally play, or is actually not a great move, but you're kind of hoping they fall for a trap, that's when you have to draw the line. Those are not good moves. Too many people developing their queen out in the opening. We need more pawns in the center. What happened to pawns in the center? People forgot how to play that. Music has been funky. All right, I think we continue the music. However, we're going to continue the music over on Kick. It's about 5 p.m. Might play some more slow games, by the way, so I think we might continue a little bit with this series. We're not done the series, but we're going to kick it. One more. Don't worry, Enzo. Not necessarily done playing slow games for the day. But going to switch over to our Kick channel. Kick.com/chessbra. You may know, you may not know. We've signed a deal with Kick, so we'll be streaming the majority of our content there, and we'd love for you to join us. Make an account if you haven't already, and head on over. I'm basically ending the stream now and going right there. So it's literally going to start in the next 2 minutes. So thanks for watching. And I hope you follow us over to Kick, because the stream is literally going to start in a couple minutes. All right? So hope to see you all there. Probably going to continue playing some slow chess, and we have a few more things that we might get up to. It's a long stream ahead. So I'll see you on over there. Kick.com/chessbro. I'm rating myself. I'll see you in a sec. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for watching. If you haven't found us on Kick, send us a follow. And I'll see you in the chat.